all of you are doing well. Just in the process of making sure some things are fully up and running. This should just be real quick. Those two things are up. Okay. Once I get this fully up and running, everything should be good. Um, well aware that I've been gone for quite a while. However, during that time, I've only been gone for roughly just a few days, primarily due to the fact that I'm working on my astrological algorithms and excuse me, when I was working on them, I was working on making universal astrological cycles for them, so not just personal, but also like things that where I can like foretell the future or like the potential what a day has and what's most likely going to occur on said days or what's the best and worst time for doing starting projects and things of that nature. So I've been working on that the entire time. Also, while I was working on it, I was getting sick. So as a result, obviously, I just couldn't really function right because I got affected with the common cold. So that's so fun. Okay, so I guess hold on. Let's see. Okay. Today is the day. I packed up my things, leaving everything else behind for a quiet life by the sea. Tiny bookshop. Sometimes equipping it. Oh, okay. What is the square? Monday, summer. Okay, open. Okay. My, what a sight. You must be the new bookseller. I heard so much about you. What? How? Like what? Who are you? Oh, don't worry. I have my sources, anyways. Welcome to our quaint little town. I'm glad you decided to stop by. Thought you might need someone to show you the ropes around here. Tilde. I used to run a local bookstore here before my retirement. Lovely to meet you. Let's see, you should know that us bookstonians have very particular tastes in books. I, for example, prefer to read classic and crime novels, and not much else. So why don't I look? So why don't I have a look at your selection and see if I can find something worthwhile? Oh, you have the right book on hand. When a customer finds a book, they will keep looking for more. Oh, what a good find. Sadly, you didn't have the right book on offer, even though you may have books on the right genre. Whether people actually take one home depends on your sales chance. You can check your sales chance at any time by pressing OK and hovering over the game genre on the right. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Sales chance is 16. Okay. It will decrease as you run out of books throughout the day. Manage to sell the last book of a genre is marked the great bookseller. Heyo. Okay. Okay, so what's that? No. So travel, fantasy, classic kids. Hi there. You're the bookseller, right? I see you already talked to Diddle today. Yep. Did she know everything about you already? Yeah, she does that. Told me all about the review before I even started my job there. Oh, I talking about the Bookstone Brewery review. It's the local paper, yeah. I sort of write for them. My name is Fern Estrada. Glad to meet you. Your arrival is kind of the only interesting thing that happened around here in a while. So you haven't to excuse my nosiness, but it's sort of my job to write about you now. How about you help me out by answering a few my questions, and I will give you a free subscription in return. You might appreciate the event calendar, and people often sell used books in the classifieds. Um, right. So, for the record, what made you become a book tournament? Did an escape, searching for where it belong, or an adventure? Oh wow, I kind of feel the same way. I hope it works out for you. Okay. And what's your first impression of the town so far? Very windy, bit intimidating, friendly, I think. I don't think it. Don't worry, it really is. People might be meddlesome, but they only have the best intentions. Thanks so much for a little interview. I really appreciate it. And I promise you'll have your first copy of the review by tomorrow morning. I'll have a look at your selection now, if you don't mind. See you around. Okay, travel. Let me see Dove's Gordon stories. Fantasy. Oh, Fire and Blood. Okay. Okay. Books are in review. The articles and items for sale. Thanks, Fern. The Bookstone review reports on going on around town. You could check today's and tomorrow's weather. So sunny for both. Keep an eye out for upcoming events. Here you can see money in your pockets. All the books you own both in your shop and in storage look like they're running a bit low. In the class field section, you can acquire used books to replenish your stock. Let's give it a try. Press A. Those handy maintaining good stock of books in accordance with any book venture. So 5 fantasy, 5 crime, 3 travel, 6 drama, 2 kids, 3 classics, and 3 facts. Classified section will sometimes have other bits of bobs, like pick this lonely cactus. Okay, the prickly but I have a heart of gold while equipped. 2% of drama sales chance, 2% of danger. That's okay. Bit prickly but a heart of gold. Okay. There's a newspaper. Let's get this lonely cactus a new home. Or here you can open newspaper and cactomies in your bookshop, among other things. That's why Duke. Let's make a bookshop. Customize it. Okay. Certain items increase your sales chance for certain genres. Some items. Okay, without. Sometimes these comes at expenses of another genre. To remove an item, simply press X. Agree inside or outside your shop, press manage different inventory. Okay, let's go with okay, once you're satisfied with your inner interior, decorate with the button to save and return. No guest book. So then, say black. No. This was consistent. Okay, confirm. Okay, look at the Bookstone Berry. Each day you can pick a location to visit the map. Going to a location has a travel cost, which is based on daily expensive and well as parking fees for location. You unlock more locations as you go. For now, let's pick watercourse. Okay. Use the books you have in storage. Use. Okay. L or add in place. Hold in books. Place multiple books. Okay. Nice. Now this is in your shop. Stock more books of a genre increases the odds of people finding a book they like within a genre. Select the sales chance by pressing the 38, 35, 13, 3, 2, hold on. Kind of want this to be organized where everything is together. Stock some books, obviously. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, no audio, I think. Heyo, how are both of you doing? Yeah, here to support you. Oh, thank you. Welcome, everyone. But no audio? Pretty good. Why? Oh, wait. Hold on. How is the audio right now? Twitch treating you tonight? Twitch is doing okay so far. So is Twitch and YouTube and all doing pretty well. It's perfect. Okay, so audio is okay. Is it okay? So what's the audio issue then? Is Okay. Okay, sounds good now. Was it the music, Mo? Okay, I think it was the music. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Okay, 555. Okay, let's see. Okay, you know what? Two and one, two, and let's. I hate this so much, honestly, but let's see. Uh, hmm. You know what? Why not another? Why? Okay, got the follow, man. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Okay. Did you notice you can look around a location? Cursor edge. That's it. Oh. Okay, so open, open, open. What's this? Coastal wildlife. Bookstone Bay. Most of the board is taken up, illustrations of the marine animals native to the local bay. You'll recognize a moon jelly with the purple circles. You remember seeing a stranded one at Far Beach before. Their, like, their delicate tentacles are used to catch prey, such as plankton, but are harmless to humans. You also see an image of a herring gull in flight, and its characteristically bright orange spots on its otherwise yellow bill. These characters can seem menacing to humans, but they are trying to adjust an increasing percent on their habitats. They are incredibly intelligent. For example, researchers have observed them shoplifting books presumably using them to nest in. Lastly, they're grouped of small gray acorn barnacles. Pictures shown in look different above and below in the water surface. Were you aware that the heart bumps often found in rocks and boats are actually the shell of small arthropods? And acorn barnacles leg poke out on top once tide comes from the catch plankton out of the water. Fascinating creatures. It all seems like you have a grain of a whole new appreciation for coastal critters today. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. What? Okay, let's see what is going on over here. Oh, there you are. Wanted to commend you on how much you've been livening up this place. I'm sure you want to branch out to other places in town now. My friend Mary owns a very successful cafe in the town center. If I call her up and give you a parking space, you could get quite a few visitors. I want to see here. What to call? Yes, I know, dear. You can always trust me on these sort of things. It's decided then. Meet me out by the Cafe Liberté as soon as you can. You go to the cafe and speak to. Okay. Okay. Oh, and while you're on the topic of showing your face, I heard our dear Walter was quite impressed with your wagon. He's one of the local fishers. Why don't you go over there and introduce yourself? He should be back from his recent catch just now. Is Walter. You might want to write this down, love. Having an organized diary will come in handy in our business. You know what? I still have quite a few unsolved journals left over from my old shop. So here, why don't you take this journal? There you go. I hope you make a good use of it today. Goodbye. Okay. Open it anytime. Check on your progress. Journal. Here you could track which genres you have sold the most of, useful for adjusting your selections. This is the total number of books you sold here. Check back here for hints and events you discovered more. Looks like the page holds a little postage stamps to mark your moments in Bookshop. You'll collect these stamps as soon as you are making contributions around town. You can also see your progress towards the stamps as well as hints and extra info. Select a stamp and press A to see more information. Ahoy, matey, introduce yourself to Walter Sailor using sitting by the stairs. And Walter front. Flip through pages. Cafe establishment, look over historical town square. Owned by friends. Quick cycles for different chapters. Okay. On this page, you can see the different items and effects currently affecting your bookshop. Expensive, danger 2%. Make sure you use this page whenever you're unsure or something does, or when you're trying to create the most optimized bookshop. Oh, hey there, kiddo. How's it going? Looks like you're good. Got a good sturdy vessel there. I've seen some items lying around, which I thought you might like. See if any of it is to your liking. Let's see. Square valued by my. Okay. The only thing I can afford, really. That globe would be nice, though. Let's see. That's all. And tell me you got some decent cargo on board, too. They've been especially enjoying your travel and classic novels. Guess I'll have to be careful, or I might be outsold by your. Why don't we make a bet? If you can make 20 sales to my buddies, I'll admit defeat. Oh, I'm looking forward to our little competition, kiddo. Good luck. Okay. Hey, what are you doing here? So I assumed you to be at the beach like everyone else. Oh, I'm sorry. Already forgot that you're new. You just seem to fit in so easily. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Here, I'll show you how to get to Far Beach in case you want to drop by there soon. Okay. Let's see. I'm not really a beach person myself, but I'm sure the crowd there would need some of your reading material. Hmm. Okay. The items discounted a little. Might be a good time to buy them. Although you could wait longer and risk someone else buying them first. Seasonal items much slower. Hurry. Mention that before season ends. I'm gonna wait. Books. Nice. Okay. Very valuable. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so Wi-Fi was pretty good. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I'm gonna try to do 6 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's go. Your bookshop can also be impacted by unexpected sources, such as the weather, visitors, or special states. You can always read up on what something does by looking at the tip tools. I think, yo. There you are. Wait, at the cafe. Okay. It seems like Miriam has her hands full with the cafe again, but I'm sure she'll drop by later. Now, I have something you might like. Might help me with. I've been cleaning out my old shop for months now, selling the small pieces. At the flea market this Saturday, I'm trying to move more bulky items to the market. Hope an old bookseller out, will you? They fit well into that little wagon of yours. Just pick them up and I'll bring them with you to the market on Saturday. I owe you. And I'll make sure there's will be lots and lots of customers in it for you. Hmm. And stuff that's unclear. Okay. Sometimes people ask for help. They can't find what they are looking for. Press Y. Okay. Listen closely to people's requests as they try to pick up what kind of book they are looking for. What do you have for me in today? I can always go for a good. When done it, I prefer books more of the century. I really enjoy The Maid. Okay, okay. Something optional. Is really important to customers. People also leave some of their likes and dislikes unsaid, so make sure to put yourself in their shoes. Some requests might also be hard to fulfill than others. You can check the different difficulty stars here to gauge how many books in your shelf are a good fit for your customers. Requests usually get more difficult as your stock dwindles throughout the day. Okay, so let's see. Here you can see important info about the book, including a short description. The short description, publication date, genre, author, page count, can all helpful to inform your decisions. Do you think this book is a good match? Okay, let's see. Okay, good one done it. For books from this century, The Maid. So, once you found a match, try recommending it to them. Okay, so the white one, that's out of concept. Shady Hollow. The Maid. What is Maid? So sorry. Let's see. Death of Miss Walters. Okay. Missed Ways. How's freaking barely making a fortune teller. Sadistic serial killer loose in Boston. Evidence of circle. 12 Angry Men. Okay, so let's see. This one is out of the picture without a doubt. Yeah. Okay, let's see. This one's also out of the picture by default, so is this one. Out of the picture. Definitely out of the picture. Out of the picture. Definitely out. 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 Okay, so really enjoyed The Maid. The Maid. I'm. Hmm. Well, she's mentioned she likes. Oh, maid. I'm gonna look up that book to see at least what its genre is, so that could probably help me filter out what it is. Let's see, mystery, thriller. Okay, so that filters things down. Okay, so this one's out of the picture by default, which leaves these three and this one. So let's see, what does a maid has? Okay, mystery novel. Social awkward hotel maid who discovers a wealthy guest dead in his room becomes a prime suspect in his murder. So let's see. Murder, shining reporter. Vixen moved into cozy town. Newly creatures, but the fox immediately employs her journalistic skills to track down leads. She had to be careful. Not every animal wants her to solve this mystery. Thrilling mystery about a regular woman's descent into a life of crime, betrayed by love, framed by mafia. Tracy has to fight back to survive. Alice in it, but barely making it a fortune teller when she receives invitations to will reading of a stranger. She assumes the identity of the address to see her fate can change, but greater threats awaits. So definitely not this one. The surgeon, sadistic killer on the loose in Boston, and evidence of his surgical skills leads to an investigator to suspect that he might be a physician. A dark, twisted thriller, verse popular. Okay, this is not it either. So let's see. Thrilling mystery. This one's out of the question. So let's see. Custom drawn universe. Okay. I'm back. Hey. No, don't worry about that. I'm just kind of filtering through the books right now. I'm kind of narrowed it down to If Tomorrow Comes and Shady Hallows, a Shady Hallow Mystery #1. Let's see. Because I'm gonna be honest, I never read The Maid, so I had to look up what it was. At least general concept of like what it is, just to help me filter out. So I'm kind of thinking this one will be. Yeah, this one has to be it. It's the closest. Wait, I'm pretty sure this is not. Oh, yeah, that's. For now, they're. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Forgot that. Sorry. I forgot that one key. Oh, Virginia Woolf doesn't seem too bad. There was a Virginia Woolf book there? Was there seriously a Virginia Woolf? Pacheco, Mondowski, and Nutmeg Trail. Coming home with me. Need some inspiration. Okay. Hi there, I'm looking for a book like Hobby. A fan of the books like Madame Okay. This doesn't impact how a customer perceives the book. You can use it to recommend in genres to a customer you've been looking for. Let's see what this one is. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I read a lot of books and all, but I read more of like books on philosophy and so forth. I don't think I ever felt my friend Twitch. Oh, yeah. Let's see. And memories, landmark novel. Doctor's wife escape. Okay, so a realist novel. So library book. Let's see. Register to list. So not effects. Got curious. What else do you do besides this? Besides gaming, I usually do astrology content. So, but I like to make this when not grinding this. Yeah, I do astrology content. So, like what I do in particular is science-based astrology. So, just to give you a general concept of what that is, it's so let's say we're interested like I'm looking for a particular answering a particular question like what makes a super successful corporation. So I will look at the astrological charts of tens of thousand astrological charts and see if there's a pattern. If a pattern is found, great. If not, oh well. But for the example of this, let's just say one was found, and so I then repeat the process, but with tens of thousands of companies that were just dramatic failures. So then look for a pattern among that as well. So then start comparing the two. Let's say in both patterns we notice Pluto pops up rather frequently. So then we will set up design tests that will either disprove or prove that hypothesis that Pluto has something to do with massive success of massive corporations. So that's sort of like the whole process. And after this gaming portion, we will go over some of those things. It's going to be just random like subjects and things like in astrology that I'm currently kind of up to. So from investigating some keywords with random people and celestial bodies, it would also be some things that like kind of updates to like what my current algorithms and stuff like that in terms of predicting what outcomes are most likely to occur and so forth. So it gets very technical real quick because as you could probably already tell, obviously what I do is not a typical. Yeah, one of my clients is also an astrologist. In which she customizes emos and her logo with her in Galaxy. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's really much interesting thing. Yeah, but like I mentioned, like what I do in particular, like it gets real technical, real fast, and very advanced. Where like yeah, it is. Um, yeah, it gets very like complex. We, uh, sure if it's a bit like later and off stream, just because like I don't know like if it's like copyright or whatever the case may be, like if we can minimize that possibility. But let's see. Okay, I need to remember. I already forgot what they were looking for, context wise. Charters wife who escapes her duel. Spy through romance fantasies. Okay. So it is fantasy. Okay. Justice, a pearl legend. What would you do if a giant spaceship controlled hundreds of soldiers betray a trap? Okay, supernatural strength, cursed objects. No. Let's see. Oh, to be 18 again. Write a masterpiece, a particular cold and dark summer holiday, unknowingly laying the foundations of modern order. Okay, no. Wonderful twisted gothic chords. I don't think they're interested in that. Have self-doubt choice. Nice without decent ambitions. What happens when Rathe, a stubborn, altruistic watchman, pairs with Phillips, an intelligent, handsome soldier? I think this may be good. This. Oh. Yeah, sure. Sounds. Okay. I am bad at this already. Okay, anything hot off the press? Want something with political message? And I'm feeling philosophical. Political and philosophical. Oh. Okay. Oh, these really look cute. These are pretty nice. Yeah, it's actually pretty great. Let's see. Okay, I like the little highlights that you did with the little astronaut girl. Okay. The highlights with the hair to be more precise. So a little fun fact about me as well. I also do art, but although I would like to make this very clear, I do physical mediums though, not really digital. Yeah. Out of curiosity, how long have you been doing this? Like this art in general, or like drawing? Also, like is cool local atro. You really don't have to do that, really. It varies. Yeah, it depends on detailing. Okay, so like, out of preference, like your personal preferences, obviously, like, what's your preferred medium? Like, is it digital? Do you prefer charcoal? Do you prefer like pen and ink? Do you prefer graphite? Color pencils? Like, what's your preferred medium? Is it digital only, or is it others, different mediums? Local message. Every. Okay. Which one do you personally least like? Because I know there's a lot of people that are not fond of charcoal or pastel. It's yeah. Indeed. Anything offer hot pressure? Wait, did you check animation too? Haven't really checked animations. I'll check that out right now, real quick. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just checked the animations. Very simple, but not bad. It's like it's not too much, not too. It's actually pretty good, nonetheless. Um, let's see. Being hot off the press. So as of recently, there was a book that I seen that was like what, like 2020 or something like that. Exlibris. Let's see. See. 2012. That might be it. Okay, discover the great Georgetown. It's fun, beautiful, illustrated, explore the history, indulge in local cuisine. So go. Okay, no, that's not it. Delivered. Okay, let's see. You thrill the comfort of your home. The war for Iron Throne seems very so. Song of Fire and Ice without some decent ambition, plot twisting, power circles, and that might be it. Oh. Okay, I've been failing at these so much. I'm not too familiar with these. I'm not familiar with fantasy books. What the hell? Okay. Cheap Cheese books. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. Ready? Sound goes. Okay. Oh. go. Excuse me, can I get a book, please? Okay. I'm most likely gonna fail this yet again. Okay, hi, can I get a book? Give me a fact book. Okay, thank God. Fact book, deepest, test, pop science, Okay. Visual world, and then specifically language powers. Botany in a day. Great plans of vacation, party trick. This book covers more than 100 families and how to spot their common features. Become a botany expert. Most for the water. Was and when a little about his life, family, uncovers the truth about this groundbreaking history. A fact book. I do test pop science. Okay. Books on your flora, botany. Find the latest 16th century hands illustrations. Get ready to brew up some magical with the stars. Maiden. The natural healing potions, elixirs, recipes, and serious hexes. Journals engaging investigation into public library. Okay. Fact book, so science. Additional specifically languages and powers owned by the internet. Let's say hello world. Not really science, but okay. They partners and methods, identification, patterns, method of Western writer, flora, Boston Bay from the latest 16th century. Illustrations of Saint. No. HTML 1998 will be useful. Thank you. Finally, one actually good. Exactly what I was looking for. Thanks for letting me read here. My name is Harper. By the way, I'm going to come back soon. Okay, bye. One of our successfully recommended books. All your customers be inspired to pick up a book in short time. All 50% of all book sales. Increase the sales chances across all genres for a short while. Let's see. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Okay, the picture of Dorian Gray. Honey, we're talking to the bookseller right now. I'm looking for a crime novel. I usually enjoy elements of folklore. Okay, that's a bit more in my element now. Young art teacher finds herself in Tangle with a family mystery. Finds Merlin's secret led to tragedy. Specifically classic mystery of nice betrayal, love, and Basquiat. Finally, as a recent mapping times, situation. Okay, Frank, you can barely make it a fortune teller. Okay. Statistic serial killer. Probably this one. Well, let's just double check everything. Neighborly creature. With the costly talent of neighborly creatures, but the fox immediately employs her. Brianna Vixen just moved to the cozy town of neighborly creatures, but the fox immediately employs her journalistic skills and tracks down leads. Well, not every animal wants her to solve this mystery. Okay, so that actually might be it. Okay, young art teacher won't find the tangled, a complicated family mystery. So this out. Assassin going my code name. Okay, I recently appeared in the map killings of most influential men in. Okay, that's no. So $3 already out. Assume the day-to-day addresses to see her fate change. No, not this. Yeah, I think this one. If that's the case, I can't wait here. Finally, 2 in a row. Okay. Okay. I might have a bit of a but I like escaping into fantasy worlds and bonus points if it's epic. Okay. So this is fantasy. I mean, it's an epic. Okay. Giant ship controlling hundreds of soldiers. Now being trapped. And then the empire that made you, supernatural strength. High school skills about series. Okay. We're in iron. Song of Ice and Fire. Decent, ambitious, plot twist, struggle, mystery, sorcery. That works. Take out the gore. Scary size, weird nature, otherworldly thrillers may leave. Not this. The Willows. I want to say this one. No. Okay. 6. Oh my god. A lot of children's books. There. Hmm? Can I look at me? Okay. Okay, okay. Doggy. Australian seems a bit hungry. Would you like to break the dog? Yes. Okay. The veteran Dorian Gray. Okay, ouch, my back. I wouldn't mind if there was a romance. I enjoy a good classic from time to time. I wouldn't mind learning about a new hobby. So, learning hobby, romance, and classic. Classic, okay. Historian science fiction. Old English locals still follow so astrologers to this day who can credit for poetic tale like Scandinavian folk hero who's written how much okay. That's it, Dixon Poetry, Morality, Smelly Cities, Max to Riches, Scrippadanza, with a hard breakaway. Alright, okay. And this steampunk classic. Capital Nemo, expected advance for okay. 34 stories between 24 okay. One of the most thrilling, one of the free meal. Again. Classic pieces of English literature. Within their language and mainstream literature, but was it ever finished? Good classic. With a little bit of romance. Social fiction, good for a reason. Same as Surveillance State of Conformity 1984 has gotten them all. Oh. Really? Yeah, not really, but it's a little romance-ish. Good afternoon. I hope you're aware of our flea market on Saturday. Make sure certainly stop by. We haven't had a good book sale in there yeah, in a few years. Jesus Christ. The townsfolk will be grateful. Don't miss it, dear. Bye-bye for now. Okay. Hello, dear. I'm looking for books by women. Also, classics are my absolute favorite. I must request another one. A Fish Out of Water is one of my all-time favorite. Fish out of water, fish out of water, fish out of water. See. Okay, so like children's book by women, but classics. Unknown. Beowulf. Oh, I have the book. Let's see. Canterbury Tales, Crawford. I remember that book. By a woman. Eastern. Fish out of water, though. Fish out of water. Store owner returns to fix the problem. By women. Turn into a caterpillar. I can see the book's fairy tales, actually cases of magical crimes. Oh, they're new school. Okay. Classical picture book. I think this one. Oh. Okay. Hi there, good afternoon. I was hoping to find a new book today. I'm nearing the end of a 10-part series I really like. Never mind. It's embarrassing. Anyways, I could use some advice on what to read next. I'm here on research. I want something with a political message. I'd prefer something not too tragic though. Do you have anything like Middlemarch? Middlemarch. Okay, another book I've heard of. Haven't read it. I don't read. Okay, I read very specific titles, and this is not one of those kinds. That's very Victorian. Okay, so it's very complex. Fictional English town. Idealism. Social expectations, personal ambitions, political and social change. Okay. Okay, so not 1984. Let's see. Political message. Something not too tragic. Hello, ma'am. State Police Police. Bring a short story. Angry Men. Probably this one? No. Okay. Sorry. I'm sure it's a great book. It's just not really for me, I guess. Now, how about you? Are you an avid reader? Oh, on birds. In all honesty, no. But let's say this for now. I see. I guess being surrounded by books every day can dull their sense. Okay. I'll take another look. Yourself now then. Talk to you later. Okay, just dropping by real quick. I want some cold hard facts. Never read biographies though. I really enjoyed Nosh for students. Nosh for students? Okay, let's see, what is that book? Your fun student cookbook. Okay, so cooking. Okay, so I never read biographies though. Okay, so no biographies, but something where okay, so no. I think this one. Yeah. No trouble, I'll be on my way. Flea market. my gosh, you're the Bookshop owner. I love market so much. And nice to meet you. Welcome to the flea market. Wow, looks like customers. We still had some time to look around though. Would you like to put some shop? Can't fit any of this. Lovely, thanks for stopping by. Another fan for my collection. Okay, just drop by real quick. I wouldn't mind if there was a romance. Also, I adore crime novels. Okay. A fictional. Suggest this. Accurate did it again. Crucial nature. Line. I'm going to inspire the friendship with the charismatic Rebecca Saints and the obsessive affections that pull her complicated into crimes, a character-driven tale for lovers. I'd like to be able to carry the book. 200. Definitely not this, so. You cracked the case. I can't wait to read this. Did you know I'm really good finder? I always find the best stuff around here. Last time I found some really rare trading cards. And the time before that, my Baba and I took some really good paint. That was so fun. I think this time I'll look for some sunglasses. How many treasures have you found yet? I think you can beat my record. 7 items at the flea market. Well, good luck trying. Artillery bonjour. A lot of people. Okay. Wow, that's a new personal best. I want to do some historical research. Do you have anything like the Red Virgin? Red Virgin? Vision of a Utopia. Okay. My French are Mountain Chronicles of Revolutionary Activities. Okay. So, kind of like political almost. Historical research. So, the nature of modern movie posters, national pawn style designs, love the connections of religious posters, any film both. Our secrets of dazzling gemstones, sparkling gemology. Okay. It's like the best I got. Good to see you found our little flea market. Huh, did you forget my stuff? Don't tell me you already Guess I'll make keep the junk for now, and then we'll try this again at the flea market. I'll set up my stall now. See you over there. Oh, what? Look at this dope little shop. Hi, mate. I've read about you in the paper. Such a cool place you got here. My name is Klaus. I work at the Mega Merch at the moment. And have you been there yet? It's an awfully big car park. I'm sure no one would mind if you made a stop there from time to time. How are you? Having a good summer? Cool. Yeah, mine too. Have you had some time to check out the local music scene? I mean, it's not huge, but we got some cool brands here and there. Like, I'm a middleman, don't know if you're into that sort of thing, but we're called Siren's Library. Alright, I'll check out your books now, but I'll see you later, yeah? Adios! Historical settings, interested in facts books, niche books, most parts, anything like that. Honor Secrets, Dazzling Gemstones. Okay, doing fact books. Little niche books, most part. Okay, yeah. That's the best I got. New market dealer. Hey, you seem like a bookish type. Since to get rid of this thing, do you want it? Conditions and all, I don't know, it just seems cursed. Hmm. $60. Oh. Oh. Let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four. Oh, you have an item to go with it. Okay. Typewriter. Blank page. Oh. It looks nice and pristine like that. I probably shouldn't write on it just yet. Yeah, it's better left empty rather than writing just anything. I'll come back with some ideas tomorrow. Hmm. Hey mate, nice to see you again. You mind hanging around? Writing around a bit? I need to do some writing. You know how I told you about my band? Yeah, well, I wanted to work on a concept album while our bassist is away, but it hasn't been going super well. I even took some time off work to focus better, but I'm just absolutely out of ideas here. Like, it's been weeks and I got nothing. I'm starting to get a bit stressed, to be honest with you. Don't want to disappoint everyone. Got any ideas for me? Heartbreak? Getting drunk? Let's go with this. Nah, man. I don't know, mate. Romance isn't really my thing, so I wouldn't know anything about that. I want a more prog rock thing going on. Like a whole album needs to tell a story. That's weird. Well, I have another think about it, alright? Peace out. Hmm. Okay. Hi, mate. Niche book for the most part. Historical setting appeal to me. Can't get enough of just a story. Why we still tell fairy tales? Just a story. Mm-hmm. It's philosophical. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of nice. Actually, reading 24 coffee table, jam packed with sketch photos, architects. Dry essay must read for fans. Gothic revival of fun inside of the minds of the 1900s to mid-centuries around the architects. So folklore, light art. Let's see. When Mary Lennox arrives at the Uncle Cabron's manor, wishes were happy. Another text. Yeah, this is historical settings, but that's architects. Yeah, with the drawing your descriptions, but read carefully and you'll become an amateur expert on. Okay, what's that for word check? On probably this. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit of a hurry. It wouldn't hurt if I had a thrilling grappling point. I'm a bit obsessed with crime novels and a death note. Okay. Okay. For last year, these friends went in the academy. Besties will do anything in return. Deal with a shady politician, anything to get back at her friends. The boy she kissed and works on a truly devious case. Red and her 5 friends are headed to spring break at a beach, but when their RV breaks down, the young adults are stranded. A killer plans. Okay, not this one. Murder mystery, chilling, psychological, intertwining, pioneering works of true crime genre. And skipped up. Okay, his friends, extensive research. Okay, nope, not that. Quentin Village knows you, the Scler, most sinister murderer. Queen Crime, mystery. And a 17-year-old detective follows the wrong people. He poisoned and turns back into a kid. And now Gray. He's still. What case cool? Is it Detective Conan? Yeah, now Gray's Conan. Yeah. It's like that sounded familiar. That sounded a whole lot familiar. I was like, is this Detective Conan? Okay, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. All the worst stage can be play. Also, I'm not afraid of a bit of tragedy. Antony and Cleopatra. Okay. So you are looking for a classic, most likely. And it's a play. Let's see. Edgar did it again. Betrayal of Queens. This is a love letter to Shakespearean play. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see. Okay. Coffee machine. Cooler. Go back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's go. Honestly, the mascot, especially seems like he could have seen. I throw with fish sometimes. I know he likes those, but I take him. Unfortunately, I'm way too often cash anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm asking for food. Try to pet it. Okay, let's see. Today, looking for something magical or supernatural. I wouldn't mind a book within 400. Supernatural. U.S. Quest. Destroy an evil ring. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Supernatural. Okay, well. Hey, it's working again. That no, okay. Bonjour, how are you? And little. Okay. Romance is a must-have, and fantasy fiction. Okay. Okay, War of Iron Thrones. Okay. Mentor Wizard is store. Shirt okay. Retelling of Astrology. She doesn't have it on her own. She turns herself into a warrior queen, a mother whose voice cannot be ignored no matter what the cost. Name must be used cold, dark, holiday, annoyingly, very about horror fiction. Having typical princess, come over, undanger, drag princess, so she pursues her own interests over the enthusiastic knights, a suitor who is just will go Noisy wizards, dragon politicals were not part of the plan. I think this one would do. Hello, dear. Can I give you a word of advice? Probably sooner on that. Yeah. Soon gather some regulars, people who will always return to your shop and who like to chat. My experience, they always catch great. Appreciate it if you can remember some details about them. Maybe last week they told you about their hobby or that their birthday is coming up. I recommend writing these things down in your journal. For example, young Harper is celebrating her birthday soon, and as you know how important birthdays are at that age, I'm sure she'll be delighted if you give her your best wishes. Here, lend me that journal for a minute. I will fill in all the important dates I can remember on the top of my head. Okay. Okay. Now, dear, please give me one more. Okay. I need to look. What? I'm gonna be honest. I am very unfamiliar with that word in particular. Yeah. Wouldn't done it. Like I'm pretty sure I probably heard or know that word, but I cannot recall. Let's see. A story or play about murder. Oh, okay. So, okay, crime. So, crime is fiction. I love crime now. Okay. This is local. While they lost her job, cleaning rooms in a hotel, but melody makes her bold, unreliable, and narrator, and perfectly suspect for murder mystery. After murder last year, Steve's parents wouldn't want her to do anything in return to give her the shady politician, anything to get out her friends. You know, start on those wrong people, poison turns back into a kid. And then who was Thursday? Right, most sinister murder joins. Hmm. Okay. Unlabeled. Okay, lighthouse. Six. I think this time it should be okay to do that. Since I haven't been selling them that much lately. Time collected to the lighthouse. Visit what you have learned about the mysterious lighthouse. Bonjour. Hello. self-help book. I wouldn't mind challenging myself really. I hope it's not too much of a bother. Self-help, okay. Challenge marketers. Type in your senses currently lost the force of commas. Radium girls. I remember the Radium girls. It's very tragic, honestly. If my memory serves it correctly. Yeah. Honestly, I think I could have sworn I just seen it. Oh, what you see? Mm, that's enjoy. Because to teach you how to draw, but inspire you to draw non-professionally. 238. I think this? Yeah. Well, hello, interesting bookshop. I haven't seen you at the lighthouse before. This is normally a pretty hidden spot. So, people here like to be left alone, but I suppose having some books around couldn't hurt. Let me see, do you have any good drama books? I'm always looking forward to add more stage plays to my collection. Cool, I'll pick one out now. Okay, drama, stage play. The housekeeper and professor, great, I'll take them. Okay. Okay. Well, that's really a new personal best. I only read literacy fiction. I usually enjoy classic pieces of literature. But I found books like Paradise. So, fiction. Usually enjoy a classic piece of literature. Music and social word. Hmm. Okay. I guess. Okay. Reverse nature. Why? Okay. Let's see. Doing some research on these books real quick. think this one might be. Hmm. I suppose we have different definitions. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, this one we play real quick. Wouldn't hurt. Thrilling. I'm gonna try to give me something that's not too obscure. Okay, the book mystery level. Detective. It's a bit obscure, so days of the week. This first novel in the Hannibal Lecter series. Okay, so that might be it actually. I think. Okay. Okay. Benjamin Stevenson. Okay. Okay. We're back goodies. Okay, let's see. Two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, hey, welcome back to Bookstone Favorite Speech. It's nice to have you here. Such a great spot, don't you think? I've already seen some people with your crime and fantasy titles in here. Oh boy, by the way, I have fun slash sad facts for you. Because of whole thing, we tend to put our plant outside, which can be very nice. They might love that, but also when you put some houseplants into direct sunlight, they can get sunburned just like you. So watch out any brown spots, yeah? I'll see you later. Okay, let's see. Okay, hello, bonus points if it's from the century. And I can always go for a fantasy novel, but I'm not really into horror. Astrobotanist and left behind Mars. Without sparrows and first survive. A retelling of Hindu. The government magic returns for Nord Ghost. You know what outside a front door, especially a wizard with his mark on the door. Well, he's a creature, comforts behind, a secret adventure, company of dwarves and winds. I think this one. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I had to pick up my kid in a bit. I need a horror book right now, and I couldn't. I had a thrilling, grumbling point, however, I usually don't go for anything too niche. It's a horror book without a doubt, yeah. Let me just double check if there's anything that's like also like horror, like a serious author, treacherous, okay, terrifying outsider. Oh, the outsider. Wait, which one is this? Men describes take along teams, heroes takes upon themselves to deal with this nightmare in classics. Okay, different outsider, but this one or this one, but too niche. Avoid that. Yes, crimes tag along correct teams of heroes or take upon themselves to deal with the nightmares in Class 60. It comes with illustrations if you aren't ready. Staple small town horror fiction. Children's nightmare in reality. The Outsider, then? Hey, looks like you're getting good at picking up stuff. My mom told me I had to go home, but I don't have all my shells yet. Shells? Yeah, ever heard of marine biology? It's where you study stuff from the sea, like starfish and mermaids and clams. That's why I need seashells to look at them for science. Can you pick up some for me, please? Here, I'll give you my special biologist device. Pick them up today, but more should. Tomorrow, I just need 12 more. My mom's calling me again. Okay, bye! Yeah, I could have sworn there was like way more of them. We're talking to the bookseller right now. I wouldn't mind starting a new series. I also wouldn't mind something like a thriller. Outsider is one of my all-time favorites. Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure. That's the only thing I have. But, I know, but so pretty. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Hello, youngin. Well, done on those sales there? Seems like I had a miss a year. Now, I truly want to stay afloat around here. You're gonna need this. Let me tell you a sweet secret. As sea folk, we love a good decoration or two. So, if you want to garner a little respect around here, you just have to show us your and if you're seaworthy enough, you might get an invite to the fish market next Wednesday. I'm sure some knickknacks left over if you want to have a look. Oh, cheers, young lady. He's asking for food. Okay, let's see. Let's drop the robot real quick. Give me a fact book. However, I have no interest in biographies. Okay. Because continents, different biomes, encyclopedia illustrated around the world. Do you want to recognize the trees, leaves, and characteristics? Here's your guide. A dry essay must read fans of Gothic. They'll have fun inside the minds of. Okay, so this may not be it. Are you playing Kanban centuries? Gomez? Nope. Okay, dream of ground business, meaning the right people serve. I think this one. Yeah. Good afternoon. If you're aware of our flea market on Saturday, you should certainly stop by. We have a good book sale there in a few years. Bookshop would be great. Don't miss it, dear. Bye bye for now. Just dropping in real quick. I can only commit to something less than 200 pages. I don't think I need a self-help book right now. So, less than 200. That's out. That's out. Okay. Yeah, best year. Let's see. Okay, real quick, can I commit to something less than 200 pages? I don't think I need a self-help book right now, so. Anyway, short, great, I'm busy in person. Yeah, just picked up a new book, if that's okay. Oh, sorry, break time is over. I can't really miss tonight's deadline. That would mean no new articles tomorrow. Really? You work alone? That's right, I need to write up a story every day before dusk. I'm the only journalist at the review, after all. Thankfully, Diane and Horo covered just about everything. Maybe I'll tell you about them another time, but I should get going now. Okay, hello, I'm here. Research, want to read something dystopic. I'm rather fond of good scientific sci-fi stories. However, I would be nice to read if it's not super tragic. Dystopic, okay. Errors. You know, old ancient war machines, and I'm fond of a good sci-fi. Okay, that's the only sci-fi I have. But let's just double check. Mr. Jack. Okay. Hello, Victor Hugo. It's still around. Okay. Jesus, everything is expensive. I'll try here for now. Okay. Okay, what a week. Plot twists are a must. It wouldn't hurt if it had thrilling. Okay. Death on the Nile. His background of Egyptian education, carefully observed histories unfolding for him. Everyone had a motive. Who was a cold-blooded killer? Christopher may be only 15, but he noticed that others don't. They suddenly killed. Hey, prepare for chill to the bone in your journey in the realm of supernatural. Haunted tales with Dickens, Stoker, Wilde, and Poe, and other stories. So plot twists are a must. Mystery, fan literature, absurd, sci-fi. It is tragic, legend. A Treasure Pass series of constant tests, qualify for uncover. Okay. Plot twists are a must. If it had thrilling point. Let's see. Which words? This one's books. It's in terms of this. Hey, how's it hanging? I still feel something's missing in my writing. I need to figure out where I'm letting up. Man. Okay, I wouldn't mind a niche historical setting appeal to me. Two different paths. Position and reveal the source. London's 19th outbreak. Single public water bumping board streets. Historical setting. Something niche. Okay. Last was in Hawaii, overthrown. Kevin and history were huge, popular in 1953. Makes sense for a training over. Three successes was proven. A therapist must tell stories over with patients. She recognizes that themes and common of final self-talk and finding more. True story of a teen girls among humans with unique skills. During World War II, while writing for young readers, adults, he fascinated these tales. Dinosaurs and other prehistoric life. Collections of 90 prehistoric plants and animals, generally illustrated. Medical guide to readers, all ages, favorite fossil. Hell yeah, dinosaurs and other prehistoric life seems dope. Thanks, mate. This is massive help. Anyway, I really gotta be on my way soon. I have a party to get to. Nothing too grand. It's my little niece's birthday today, so we're having a little picnic over at Far Beach. I'll see you next time. Okay. So I'm in a bit of a hurry, quite scary stuff. I wouldn't mind. New series, wouldn't mind something like a thriller. Okay, sorry, bit of a Okay. Time to kill. Okay, sci-fi reverse. As well as new stories. I think this one? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Hey, Marky. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. Hey, Mark and Taylor. Oh. Okay. Ah, quick. I need a hand. Phew, that's heavy. Thanks for help. Look, you gotta keep this all under wraps, right? I know I just dropped a massive fern in front of you, but it's technically not mine. It's kind of, I kind of, stole it. I swear, it was a rescue mission, though. Someone left it in my uni over the break with no one there to water it, so I couldn't exactly leave it there, right? Thank you, I knew you'd get it. Well, sure, it will be in a better hands with you, fits in perfectly with your whole cozy vibe. Thanks again. I've got to now. Cheers. So I have that now. Okay. I was wondering if you would have. Okay, nice to see you. Oh my. Thank you kindly for your help, dear. I can finally get rid of this clutter now. I set up my little stand over behind the cannon. Come by if you want to have a look at those boxes. Could even be useful for you. Oh, there he is again. Cheers. Well, carry on. Okay. So, I didn't find what I was looking for. Historical setting appealed to me. I enjoyed getting sucked into a really long book. Bleak House is one of my all-time favorites. So, long book, historical setting. Hmm. I think this one. Am I sure? I too quickly. It's like okay. So it's in my head. It's an old shop, but particularly used to you. What did you have a look? Step ladder. Storage box. Come on! I'm sure no. Step ladder, no. Hey, remember when crabcore was a thing in like 2009 or so? That was wild, right? Sorry, this is random. I just saw a crab at the beach, so by the way, look for look I found. I scored some really cool records at the stall back then. I haven't heard of any of these artists before, but maybe they'll give me some more ideas for songwriting. Now, let's hope my granddad's record player still does the job. Enjoy the market. Alright, see ya. Okay. Little niche books for the most part. However, I usually find advice a bit dull. I can't get enough of encyclopedia books. Yeah, do you have anything like that, mate? Okay. Encyclopedia. Yeah. I usually find books. This is the best I got. Okay. Talk to her. Okay. Oh my god. A lot of people. Crime is my passion. I love crime novels. I love all kinds of different books about travel. I've been looking everywhere. So, crime, travel. Uh, serious story that includes crime, espionage, studios, fate, listening, strangest performance, or Richard III you will ever encounter. Okay, so let's see. John, appreciating city, sketchy, internships, translation mishaps, cultural shock, balance, as chicken, fictional, not anything we possibly as well as but with centuries, sympathy, the ways. So I'm thinking either this book or let's read. His neighbor dog is suddenly killed. He wants to know what happens. Unique maps, pictures and diagrams. I love permanent food. I love all kinds of different books about travel. Looking everywhere. Okay. 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 Okay, so let's see. So it's been about 5 books for half. So 10 per each. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So I'm just trying to think. Let's just see how many books this fits actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 7. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Okay, so almost one of each extra. So it's like the moment I get to kids, that's when I start switching. Very good, Alice. You're ready for the little fish market now. Come by Wednesday, kiddo. Maybe you'll find something to your taste. See you later. Okay, gonna need help at least 450 pages. Usually I find advice books, but a bit dull, though I can't get enough of Physics 1908. Anything? Okay. Books, detectives, literature, folklore, British Empire. Yeah, books still in 1 3. Scroll the knowledge. Encyclopedia Book Media from K as 19 instructions to O Omega. Good on board today. The comfort book. A piece of encouragement that keeps going. Looks a bit dull. So advice books a bit dull. So yeah. Waiting. That's okay. Passwords. A spell book. Okay. Life changing magical tidying up. Okay, so avoid that. Avoid that. Avoid this. Okay, history. Avoid this by default. Avoid this one. Avoid this. Avoid this. Avoid that. Avoid that. Okay, 450. Avoid physics. Okay, I need to look this one up because I'm not too sure if what I'm taking is even right at this point. We have the prize photography. Historic niche dry. Non-fiction, encyclopedic. Okay, let's see. So I don't have that. See you soon. My bad. Because I think it's yeah, but you can't look at it. Yeah. Here's enmity. And can't afford anything. Alright, so oh dear, I can't help but think back of my youth whenever I look at you. I'm sure I haven't had spare even though thought of retirement yet, but let me tell you one thing. Make sure you have some good very good friends and as many things to do as possible, or you will be bored. I myself volunteered for the town council where we organize events and community outreach. I read and game and even attend the occasional concert or exhibit. Yet still, nothing compares to the hustle and bustle of Bookshop. It is also tiring, yes, and I knew I couldn't go on doing it forever, but as soon as I was gone, my life became so quiet, which is why I like to have your fetching little shop around. Now let me find another pastime in your shelf. Okay, hi. You're the highlight of my routine. I need a fact book because I would acquire knowledge. Pop science is my pet peeve, though. Here you go. Ooh, a psychopath. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Anything off the press? I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. Okay. Feminist sci-fi. Okay, so I found one. Okay. Hmm. Industry asking for food. I know I can get you meat. I just cannot seem to find it. No! I think I'm going to call it for now in terms of gaming. Um, Hold on. I'll be right back and we'll be going to the second portion of the stream. Okay. Okay, we'll just be pulling up some random charts. And hold on for a bit, because we'll also be pulling up some. Let's go right here. Okay, so Jason the Ween. Let's see. Just in the process of just getting some things up and running beforehand. It should only take us like a few seconds or so. Okay, there it goes. I'm just making some little updates to the stream on Twitch so that everything is relatively accurate to what it is. So I'll just make the appropriate edits real quick and should be done after. Okay. 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 So as I mentioned way earlier in the stream, so if you weren't there, you may be a little confused. But nothing too out there or anything. So just some heads up on a bunch of other stuff that I'm in the process of working on. It is definitely a lot. Um, so first things first. We'll probably go over one or two charts, literally just one or two. But after that, I'm just going to probably show or explain some things that have been going on since as of recently, actually, and immediately after, we'll be going, we'll be talking and explaining a bit things of like what's been going on, sort of the reason, like I guess you could say like what are some goals and things like that. 2026. Um, well aware this is like quote a bit too late for New Year's resolutions or whatever, but these are not necessarily resolutions in my opinions. But nonetheless, um, it's just a few things that I've been tackling for a couple years now, and some of these things are finally coming into fruition and all. But yeah, just be going over some of that. So first, we'll be looking at Jason the Weens and his astrological charts. Um, I'm just gonna get this. Got that up. Running. Um, and get this up. Sorry, just like my mind's a little all over the place. Just a little. Um, Probably not going to pull up any additional page actually. We'll be focusing on this portion of his astrological chart. So let's focus on his geocentric. So this entire section is going to be primarily surrounding astrology, and as I mentioned, some things that have been popping up, some goals and things like that. But it's all kind of like astrology related. So that's kind of why like it's not really something very specific in terms of astrology, but it's something more of just very kind of broad. So that's why it's just astrology, not some specialization or something of that nature. So that's sort of like why this stream just astrology is just the word there. So now so many things. Like I think I'm ready or have this, but I don't. Okay, so in in science-based astrology, for those who are new, when we are looking for like what is like the potentials of an individual or anything of that nature, we normally focus to what we refer to as planetary geometry, or what I refer to as celestial geometry. So, celestial geometry, as you can visually tell, is geometric patterns formed by the celestial bodies from where they're located from the time when a person is born or at any minute, given moment and minute and so forth. So for though we do not have a birth time for Jason the Ween, 12 o'clock p.m. at the United States is sort of like the generic location used for when he was born and so forth. If more information is released or I manage to obtain his actual birth certificate or something like that, obviously this would be a lot more fine tuned. But this is good enough for the fact that this is at least a day of. So any and all sensitive points that you're probably familiar with in astrology, they're taken out as a default because from our findings through excessive statistical tests and findings and all that, we have found that actually it's better off to work with what can realistically be available given to the limitations instead of working with very time sensitive information where if it's based on something inaccurate, it adds in more inaccuracies. So things like the housing systems, the ascendant, descendant, midheaven, and so forth, that's taken out. The part of fortune, other calculated points like the Arabic parts and all that, that's taken out of consideration. All that's withdrawn. And also the moon, though you see it right here, it is also taken out as a default. But I won't be doing that for the time being. Primarily just due to the fact that it is very much of bit of some technical issues. That's pretty much like what I've been dealing with. So I kind of just don't want to deal with that right now. If I try to take that out right now, oh my gosh. So anyways, but the patterns that we see in the chart is what we primarily focus on. Now there's three essential like basic rules that is always applied to any random chart. Doesn't matter what it is, if it's compatibility or whatever the case may be. These rules is whatever sync whenever there's an alignment made between two planets that's considered significant, but if it includes three or more, then it's considered even more significant. So normally we're looking for what has the most. Now we also have sort of rules and sayings that a synchronization, so like a group of celestial bodies when they connect to one another, the more close to exact, the more powerful that alignment is. So the more close to like hitting the true angles and stuff like that. Because what we use in astrology is known as orbs. Orbs, when you really think or view about them, they're essentially just degrees or room of error when we consider something to be active or has some type of influence or correlation. So we use a 3-degree orb. So by every single 3 degrees, so from 3 degrees, it's the weakest, but still influential. When it gets to 2 degrees, it's getting a lot more powerful. 1 degree is powerful, but when it's exact, so 0 degrees, it is the most powerful it can ever be. But the moment it begins to separate, so from like 1, 3, 2, 1, 0, and it starts to go back to 1, 2, 3, it loses its power from there on. So normally what we have noticed is the moment an alignment starts to separate, that's when it pretty much like longer really have an influence. And from our extensive research, we found that about 90% of the times when it quote a manifestation within the given like alignments or combination of symbolisms of two celestial bodies or three or more or whatever the case may be, they are more likely to occur when they are applying. So in this software, it is usually bolded, implementing that they're applying. When they're separating, it is these broken lines that you see here. So, and usually when alignments are separating, about 10% of the time they would manifest. So not very high, but not very low or ideal. But that's sort of like how we start interpreting the charts. Now, as I mentioned, the more celestial bodies there are, the more powerful it is. The more precise it is, the more powerful it is. But let's say there's no alignments whatsoever, but there's a single, just say the sun, which is right here, and it only interacts with Pluto. Let's say this also does not exist. The Mercury interacting with Pluto and Pluto interacting with Juno. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, those never existed. Well, if it's just a bunch of series of just one single lines here and there, well, then we have to look at which one is the most close to exact. Because if that's the case, whatever single point that exists, we have to look at for what is the most closest to being exact. That's what we can identify as the most powerful or most influential point. So that's sort of like how we filter through in this. So as I have mentioned, we'll be looking at what has the most patterns. So let's say Jupiter. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 ish, and possibly 8. But this pattern with Ceres right here is the most significant nonetheless because there's way more celestial bodies and points included in this particular pattern. So, so that's sort of like how we would start looking at this. Now, with Ceres here, Ceres is the intention of financial success. It is representing of amass wealth, business. It's more of materialism. It is sort of like business first before any personal matters or anything like that. It's very much like very materialistic. Um, can be rather unethical at times because again, it's the business first like mentality type of ordeal. But intentions of financial success in general, it's usually like what it is. It's also known to be an amplification point. So with Ceres interacting with Venus, Venus is another celestial body with finances. It's also to do with beauty, charm, charisma, um, charming personality, beauty, jewelries, luxurious, or the ability to make oneself seem like they have an excessive amount of like cash flow and stuff like that. Um, again, charming, diplomatic, even. Now with Juno over here, Juno is can help with finances. It can, but it's also known to be very like unrealistic expectations, very dreamy. It's very much like delusions, and self delusions. It is sexual magnetism. It's sort of like situation scenarios that like give this idea or situations where like one can easily mistaken lust as love. It is a sexual planet, and so is Venus as well. So we could assume this is a sexual planet, sexual alignment, or some flare of like sexuality being flared around. But also, Venus and Juno has things to do with like beauty. So with Venus, it's more like the makeup, the fashion, the trends, and all that. But with Juno, it's more of like the sexual magnetism, the glamour, sort of like the rock star lifestyle type of ordeal. So that's sort of like some of the symbolisms that it's associated with in that sense. Now with Chiron over here, it is also to do with sort of beauty, but it's more of a sense of like being seen in your best light. Like the best possible light where you're very trustworthy, you could be seen as like very like an individual who like can be well with children, an individual who's very trustworthy, noteworthy, and so forth. It's also the point of like one's success, or even like where one chooses to make a career or a living, or how they choose to make a living, and all that. So it's very much like that free will. That's what Chiron sort of points to. Now, you may hear other astrologers say, like, oh, it's the wounded healer, but from our findings of statistical research, we have not found really much of any symbolism that really supports that. Anything that even supports that symbolism, we haven't found that. But instead, it's more like with like finances, true love, even. So we can get an idea that like probably like he's very good for like making like glamorous or very like flashy like public appearances. And with Chiron as well, it also has to do with fame and so forth. Things to do like with super fame as well and even super success. So we can kind of get an idea that like perhaps like as a content creator, he probably makes things like very flashy or very glamorous or like appealing to the eye or very enticing because like the amounts of creativity that goes into it. And again, that probably contributes to him making money off of it. So that's sort of like a business model of sorts. And since it's interacting with Mercury, both Juno, um, every single one of these points interacting with Mercury. Mercury, it is known to be associated with the internet. It's with knowledge, communications, resources, but also with also computers and things that mimic the mind in any form of way, shape, or form. So things such as like calculators to even something like a cell phone, computers, computer software, or even something just as complicated as AI. Like that's what it sort of like just manifests itself as. So in this case, obviously, it's like the computers and also Mercury is associated with information. So computers, information, the internet. So it suggests that he can make a career or living on the internet right here because Chiron's interacting with it and also is very entertaining and very like very enticing as well in terms of content. He's very glamorous. He could probably like he has the look and so forth. He's able to like have that magnetic or charismatic like sense and decency where he attracts so much individuals because Mercury is online. So online he has a very charming personality, you know, that he can talk, he can like his communication style, like it attracts people. Now with Pluto over here, Pluto is also a financial planet, but it's one's intentions for success. So the intentions for success, it's one's power, the ability to establish power and obtain it and keep the power. So in this case, it's financial power, definitely, because it's also a financial point. So finances, again, with like dreams in this case. So like his dreams are a bit more realistic or grounded in realism to some degree. And of course, it is interacting with Mercury. So again, like a career online or as a career as a content creator or a career where like he's able to pass on news or information. So like even as a newscast, like a new broadcaster or something like that, he could be that if he wanted to, in theory. But in this case, obviously, it manifested as like a content creator or an individual who's very successful when it comes to working online, symbolized by Mercury. And again, that because he works online, he's very glamorous or he makes himself like very appealing or he makes things very enticing. Whatever it is he is talking about or whatever he does is very enticing for people to watch and see. So those are just some of the symbolisms and interpretations that you could get from this pattern alone. But with that, we kind of already get a good idea of like how he is as an individual or like what skills and talents we can find in his own chart. So let's look at another individual's chart. So let's see with Peter Park. Now let's look at the heliocentric. And I found a pattern that's already of great interest of viewing. So let me just okay. Excuse me. Oh my god. Okay. So with Uranus here, Uranus is of entertainment. It is also broadcasting. It is a flight. It is also the online or anything to do with online as well. Um, with also Uranus, it is interacting with Ceres. As I mentioned, it is more like the business assets, it's the intentions of success, it's like business finances. It's very much like business oriented. So like again, we could kind of see like a business online or online business is what is established here already, or in the business online entertainment again, with it interacting with Mars. It strongly suggests that it's very competitive, or he has very much like the will and determination for it, because that's what Mars symbolizes. It's also symbolized of like one's not just the will, the determination, but also like one's ego. It's of competition. So like this with Mars interacting with Uranus and also with Ceres, it's also like a double whammy of like an athlete's like mentality or competitive like capabilities, because those are two alignments or sort of rather sports champions type of alignments. So this synchronization is already kind of like amplified with a lot of power, especially in terms of like physical performance. So like he could probably throw in a lot of energy, and that will in turn like be part of like the business model of like this online business, or him being a streamer essentially, because he has the energy, determination, and drive to like push forward and to do what he thinks is right or useful for his business essentially. Now, with the inclusion of Juno, Juno is a sexual planet as mentioned, so is Mars, so this is a sexual linkage. Um, what this also suggests is also a sort of again like what's to do with the glamour, making things enticing. So like his competitive like nature, or he probably like mentions or talks about sex a lot, or he makes things very much like essentially like glamorous or very like eye catching. Whatever he puts his mind to or dreams of, like he could put the work in action towards it to make it manifest into something that's actually much more realistic, and also something that he can actually make money off of. So those are just some of the interpretations that can come from that pattern alone. Um, if we are looking at other patterns, so let's say Pluto, Earth, Mercury, as I mentioned. So Mercury, again, online content creation as a career or a job. That's what's being highlighted right here. Mercury interacting with um, the Earth. So this suggests, like, as a person, he's probably very like with Mercury. If we're talking about in terms of personality, it can be that he is potentially a very cerebral tonic. I mean, so like what that means is like a personality that's very not driven by emotions a whole lot, but more driven by like facts. It's also more of the personality. Think of it like equivalent, like if a computer or a fax machine, for example, was to have a personality, that is what the person would kind of embodied. So like that's sort of like what Supertonic is. Not to an extreme, but that's there's will be some remnants of that to some degree. Again, with also Pluto, so this suggests like he's a person of power. He probably is also willing to establish or obtain power in some form of way. So like he's thinking like in a business like mindset, where he probably takes things rather seriously, at least to a degree when necessary. And also since Pluto is interacting with Vesta over here, Vesta is of like friendship. It is very much of trust, sharing, caring, giving. It's of very much like the altruistic like component. So like well, Pluto is probably like very unethical or could be very oppressive. With Vesta in a part of the mix, it kind of like somewhat lightened the load, not to an extreme, but it somewhat lightens it. Where like it's probably like business friendships are also very likely, or friends through business, or friends through his work slash career is very likely to an extreme, or like he's able to work well with his friends at least. This also suggests that also his career or success can also be helped out by friends. So like his start, from my understanding, was like he didn't really start as much streaming, but when he was getting convinced into like start streaming with his friends and all that, they were telling him to do all these things, and he started becoming a streamer or had some like help from there on, from my understanding of his of that limitation and so forth. With Vesta though, it is interacting with Neptune. So with Neptune, it's very much more like the longevity of finances. It's natural beauty as well. So like what we see here is like long-term friendships due to like work or connected by his work. So we should expect him and his relationships to be very much long-term, where we see like 10, 20, 30 years even like of friendships like to come into fruition. So like let's say his friendship with, let's say Skara, for example, like it probably could last up to like 30 to 40 years or so, or their entire lives till they're gone. Like it's very much like they are friends for life. Or this also could suggest that he's very much like realistic, and he's very much like that one stable friend, both from a financial and just personality overall, or can provide that help in some degree. Also with Mercury, it's interacting with Chiron. So again, we're seeing a double whammy of like him being able to have a work or career in relations to Mercury like things. So in other words, that's with communications, so with online entertainment, or like again, being an online content creator essentially. That's what that's kind of highlighting. So we're seeing like that double whammy of like him being able to work in online content creation. So those are just some of the interpretations that can come from this. So I think that's going to be it for now in terms of astrological chart readings. Um, so the next thing I kind of wanted to bring up as well is so for the past few days and so forth, um I actually have gotten sick with the common cold, and I'm at the stage where like I'm still kind of like recovering from it, but energy and like mentality and all that, I'm perfectly fine. But physically, like if we're saying like symptoms, I'm still experiencing like one or two massive like symptoms, but it's like it's fading to the point where like I could kind of start streaming again. Again. So that's sort of like why I've been gone. Plus, also astrologically speaking, like my personal cycles were not allowing it to happen because I was going through what was known as a financial delusion cycle, and I didn't want to have my first stream of the year to have that kind of like natalized in its own way. So as a result, obviously, I waited till essentially the 13th, which is now like a couple hours ago. But I would have started a bit more earlier within the day. However, like essentially, I kind of was like doing a lot of cleaning and housework during the night, and I didn't sleep. So yeah, so I ended up sleeping through the day. So that was the whole scenario with that. But despite being sick and so forth, I actually was working on making these algorithms that I have, not just for personal, but also for universal. However, recently I was talking to tech support for the software because I'm just going to be blatantly honest here. Like, I've been having some difficulties with adding charts into the software. It turns out the system kind of got corrupted, a few files here and there. And I cannot enter any charts whatsoever. So, like, whatever I had limitedly, which I only entered like 4 or 5 charts. So, like, I'm not too worried about losing those charts and having to re enter. However, based on all the stuff that I've been trying to do to try to get this fixed, it was like layers upon layers of like complexities of like error and like corrupted files to the point like if I want to enter just any astrological chart or get this fix, I'm gonna have to essentially uninstall this entire software, potentially lose these algorithms, but I'm waiting for a final response from tech support to see if there's a way I could save these charts, well, these algorithms, so that I could just save them, don't have to restart the whole working process again. And essentially, I do not have to like all this work that I've been doing for like the past few days being all for nothing kind of ordeal. But these algorithms that I've been building, so like if you see like a PT, so like with this one right here, um what that means is it's a personal transit only. And if you see UT, which there's only one right here, which is a sports champion, this is only for just universal transits. So that's what UT stands for. So personal transit, universal transit. But if they don't have it in here, it means that I have officially created for both personal and universal transits. So I'm able to predict or throw in like random charts where like it's a person, a nation, or just I want to see what's currently going on and what the next days and so forth have in store. I can see that in greater detail and have a better idea. But just showing you some universal cycles, I'm just going to get rid of some of these negative ones because I feel like if I were to show you these, it's not that it's more broken to like I don't want this to somehow be a situation in which you like misunderstand something without me giving you the full details and you sort of like take it to heart to an extent where like the information like misunderstandings popping up essentially and like fear mongering unwanted or unattended fear mongering occurs and try to like avoid that as much as possible because let's be honest the as of recently that's all we see online nowadays or popping up frequently at least with me this fear monger this and that but here's just like what the universal cycles have and think I should have okay but so far from what I have this is only based off of 16 celestial bodies or points that I use in the charts. And as you've seen, like in the background, I have way more than 16 that I use in a typical general basis. But this is only the first version, so like obviously as I like upgrade it to like version 2, version 3, 4, and so forth, obviously these would be a lot more advanced, a lot more picking up all the necessary like alignments of what is good, bad, and so forth. Where like you can make better, wiser decisions, whether you're selecting based off of the universal alignments or even your personal alignments. And obviously, as you probably are guessing or assuming, like, yes, I do intend for essentially monetizing on these cycles where like you pay an X amount of money for an X amount of time frames with X amount of like cycles available. And they all show like different things too. Let me see if I can pull up. Um, so okay, so with these cycles, they all do show different things, obviously, as you can tell by the name, and some of them are like subcategories to particular subjects. So the reason why I have it kind of like some subjects were kind of broken up to 2 to 3 different pieces. It's broken down to like these cycles do show different things or multiple things all at once. So like when I was building these algorithms, like I only have like so much like separations of like situations or outcomes where like it didn't make sense to have them all in one thing because like what category or numbers would I use for this situation or that situation because they're all different. And some of these alignments, despite them being the exact same thing, if we're talking about different contexts and so forth, like they change between the various different situations. So some of these alignments and so forth were like Cinderella, for example, I had to drastically cut it up into like multiple pieces just to like it is accurate. Like this exact same set of alignments. The only difference between the two Cinderella cycles that you see there is what got what set of alignments received what versions of the scores. So like with like the rags to riches and the icon, the exact same set of alignments are in both sets. The only difference, as I mentioned, is what scores were applied to what situation because there are two different situations. Despite them being the exact same set of alignments, they do show different tendencies for different situations. So that is like sort of the thing about that. But I'll show you each one individually. So with golden right here, which is the green line, as you can see, starting from today, the 14th, it is essentially just climbing nonstop till the 14th of next month. And with rags to riches, which is the red line down here, it is slowly going up, but then it's drastically rising like around on like the 11th of February. That's when it drastically starts to rise. The same with also the icon, which is like this wisteria kind of color, wisteria or um, lit. Um, anyways, so with like the brownish like color, like the golden brownish like color, it is the fame alignment. So these are kind of like what's going on. Super fame, it's dying down because it had reached a particular peak. Then the public idol is very much a flat zero till it reaches the 11th. The start rises. So also with sports champion, as you see, it kind of like zigzags and it's slowly going downhill, but it is having all these different zigzags of sorts. So what each one means separately. And so with golden, which is the green line you see right there, it is showing periods of stable earning capacity or structural supported income. So in the universal like scale, so like think of like the stock markets or like the economic like situations and conditions, like those is what's sort of like it's slowly building those conditions up for stable financial like growth slowly. With the rags to riches. So as I mentioned, this is a sub Cinderella, so it is the same set as the icon Cinderella. But with Rags to Riches, that one shows potential financial pivot, allowing a rapid improvement from constraint. So again, like the Rags to Riches like scenarios that occurs, that's what it shows. So the higher the score, the stronger the probability of said condition. Now with Icon, this one is more like improved visibility, recognition, or being seen in a very like defining light. That's sort of like why there's like two different like scoring systems because one is more recognition based while the other is more like money making abilities. So that's why like they have two different scoring systems. Um, Now, with fame, it is conditions supporting broader attention or public reach. Now, you don't see this one just yet. Well, actually, you do, never mind. Which is in pink, which is super fame. So, super fame are rare conditions enabling historical or global reach recognition. So, like, while fame is like, it's like general region, like popularity and growth, if it's good or bad, doesn't really matter, but it's growth nonetheless on a regional level. Super fame is more on a global level, so larger reach. So with the public idol, which is in black, that one shows favorable public perception, useful for advancement, negotiation, and branding. So let's say if you're starting to like want to consider like getting a promotion or asking for that or negotiating for like higher pay or something else of that nature, you would want to look at the pers- public idols to like know when those negotiation times are open. And as you probably guess, like there is some alignments that do share among all different cycles, though they all have okay, all these cycles they all have like their own type of set categories and so forth. So some alignments may share the exact same with others. So you may see like correlation, like peaks and so forth, like right here from the February 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. The Cinderellas and also the Public Idol all share that one particular alignment that is going on. So if we were to at least look, if we were to just look, so let's see, 11th. So it is, let's see, Helios Sun. So in other words, the Earth is trining Chiron. That's what's going on. It's around that time frame when that particular alignment occurs. So as a result, all these alignments, because they all have Sun interacting with Chiron, or the Earth interacting with Chiron, they're all reaching a particular peak. So that's sort of like the reasoning why that particular date you see like three different score systems just drastically go up. So that's the reason. So now with the sports champion, um, well, this one is actually a very brand new one, and let me see if I can pull up my notes for it. This one I'm a little concerned about because I'm going to have to pull this up on Google Chrome, which, as many people know, it has a tendency of eating up a lot of RAM. So let me just pull that up real quick and I would get out of there immediately just to avoid like any more technical issues I may have going on here. But Sports Champion, it shows performance supporting conditions that favors execution, coordinates, and also competitive focus. There's another one that will be also in the process of being made, which is Super Sports Champion. So rare peaks of performance conditions where exponential or career defining execution becomes possible. That's what they show. There's many other alignments too that like in the process of being made that you've probably seen. So like super success, it indicates rare high potential conditions that support breakthroughs, achievements, major advancement, long-term consolidation of success, influence, and material rewards across professions. There's Golden Touch, which represents rapid strike-based financial opportunities where significant gains can occur in a short window. Um, There's also going to be beauty cycles that we present, so indicates favorable conditions for appearance-related efforts, ideal for visibility, first impressions, aesthetic procedures, photo sessions, and introducing new beauty products. There's also going to be briskness, which is a subcategory of good health. So these are conditions supporting physical responsive, quick recovery, and efficient movement. Sprightliness, another subcategory of good health, indicates conditions that support alertness, mental liveliness, and rapid cognitive engagement. So there's also going to be fertility cycles that I will be including as well. So, like, obviously, as one could guess, it indicates periods and when conditions are more supportive for conception. While numerous biological personal factors influence fertility, tracking these cycles can help couples plan and start or expand their families. There's also wisdom cycles that will be in the process soon, which indicates periods of when judgment, clarity, and perspectives are firm. These conditions favor sound decision making, career, personal matters, with improved ability to access situations, assist Jesus Christ, assist situations calmly, objectively, and insightfully. And obviously, as you've probably seen in the software too, that I have these cycles up and running as well. First one of these interesting cycles will be the poorhouse cycles. So these indicates periods when financial stability is weakened and income or net worth may be under pressure. Caution and consideration are advised. The money pit um, cycle. So this one is slightly different, but it shows some. The money pit one, it shows represents an extended conditions where financial drainage, inefficiency, or unproductive commitments are more likely to be if discipline is not maintained. And pitfall. So these ones is a little different. Why? Is because it highlights periods where seemingly attractive financial opportunities carry hidden risks and should be approached with extreme caution. Then there's financial delusions, which indicates distorted financial judgment or misleading opportunities. What appears promising may lack substance or clarity under these conditions. There is financial upheaval, which periods of economic instability, or forced adjustment in which significant changes, investments, or reconstructions carry elevated risk. Then, of course, there's upheaval, which this one shows represented broad career or life instability, external pressures from internal urges for drastic changes may arise, but stability is often best maintained until conditions settle. There's the infamy one that's also pretty much finished. So infamy, this particular cycle shows conditions indicating high public visibility or intention in a negative context, such as a controversy, backlash, or unfavorable public perceptions. Lastly, there's also in the process of being made as well, which will be the ugly cycle. So obviously, this indicates periods in when aesthetic efforts are less supported, appearance related changes may not yield their expected results. Conditions is advised when considering cosmetic or beauty procedures, particularly those that are new or unfamiliar. So those are just some of the astrological cycles that currently exist or will be existing very soon. However, um, as I have mentioned, um, that these particular like astrological conditions, well, as I mentioned, actually, due to me having these tech issues, uh, what is very likely to occur is I'm going to have to delete the software entirely, uninstall this as you see here, and going to have to reinstall it and reactivate it and so forth. So that will take me about like a half a day or so. This software has a lot of features, hence why it's going to take me like half a day or all day. It varies. But once that is done, it's very much going to be like I'll immediately stream right after, but that is what I'm expecting. And these cycles, as you see here, like they may or may no longer exist, and I'm going to have to either rebuild them, probably. But I'm hoping that there is a quick, straightforward method in which I can actually save and back these up so that when I do uninstall and re download and so forth, I can sort of just drop the file into the software and they just pop back up. And I don't have to worry about, renaming, nor do I have to worry about like all this work and effort just to create them to be destroyed in a matter of seconds. And I wouldn't have to worry about that. So, fingers crossed that is likely. I just need to hope that the tech support provide me the appropriate information how to save it, if that is possible. Otherwise, I just wasted days upon days of work and effort to build these algorithms just for them to be destroyed yet again. Or at least the first time, and I'm gonna have to build them again, which I'm not looking forward to if that's the case in reality. So that's sort of like my whole little issue right now. Um, but as long as I'm able to also add in more charts, it's perfectly fine. Because in this software too, I have 75,000 charts, and I'm not too worried about that one because it came with the software beforehand. So like I'm not losing that no matter what. The only thing, if anything, I'm losing like 4 or 5 charts. So like I'm fine with re-entering them, but it's the algorithms what I spend a lot of time building from the ground up is what I'm concerned about. So that is my dilemmas that I'm very worried about. But hopefully that's the hopefully like again like I said like I can save it into like a separate file as a backup. As soon as everything's done, just drop them in there and hopefully they're okay and fine. But like I said, I'm just waiting for that last confirmation email if that is possible. If so, did they hopefully they provide it as well. So that I just follow the instructions, everything's all hunky dory done. I don't need to worry. But yeah, there's 18 cycles, like 18 astrological cycles all in one that I have essentially have created. Just 18 astrological cycles. So that goes away. Like like I already know like if I have to recreate them, I know which ones I'm gonna start with immediately. Just because like I can create most of them in a span of like a few minutes. Like they have very little or very specific like set of alignments present for them. Like there is like maybe 4 or 5 of these cycles. They're based on maybe one or two particular astrological like celestial combinations. That's it. And I just had to come up with all the possible angles and when they're like very negative or very positive. So it's like that's can vary depending on what it is. So like for example, the financial dilute the what's it called? Yeah, so like financial delusions, for example. Like that one is more like Juno and Mars based, and only those two alignments. So like I need to look for like two create like a set of four very specific um planets or combinations of like situations where these two planets are very negative towards each other. So like Mars 2 natal Juno, so like those two angles where they're very negative towards one another, which is the squares and the opposition, but also Helio and Geo, so that's four already. Well, also the Juno against Mars when it comes to natal, so that's additional four. So like that's already eight alignments, and I'm done. Then I go into the universal cycle, so then it's broken down to just four because Juno and Mars can only interact with each other. Actually, it's broken down to two, actually, because that's how math works. Because they're both transiting instead, so it's very much like straightforward to like create it very quickly. So like with alignments and situations like that, that's like real easy to like recreate because like it's only a very specific situations and what I need to track down. So like with all the small ones, the ones that at least don't have a lot is what I'd be focusing on and recreating real quickly. Just so the ones that are slightly much more larger, so like these Cinderellas are kind of like both Cinderellas are kind of large, not a whole lot, but just a bit. But the ones that are definitely going to take me the longest will be the golden cycles, the golden touch, silver, even the super success. So, like, those will take me the longest. So, I am considering if I do start with those, I'm going to start with the super success so that once I'm done with that, I can essentially duplicate it twice, but then delete an X amount of alignments because the super success is created by both the silver and golden combined. That's what super success is. Numbers and the exact same scores, numbers and so forth. It's just both the silver and golden together. So it'll be more easier for me to like duplicate that, create that once, duplicate it twice, rename them to like golden, silver, get rid of all the silver for the golden alignments, and get rid of all the gold for the silver. And I'll have three algorithms already ready to go right then and there. The only thing that I probably had to be very cautious is if I were to quote cheat and try to do the same thing for adding in and taking out for golden touch. That's a little tricky, so I think it'd be better off for like if I were to have to restart creating that again to just create it on its own separately, just so like anything accidental is not likely to occur. Yeah, but it's also not so bad either because when breaking, okay, I'm gonna pull this up again actually, but let me just show. Actually, before I do so, I'm going to change this. Okay, apply and recalculate. Okay, so while that's pulling, I'm going to repull this, which. So this is a spreadsheet that I've developed and created for when I was making these algorithms that everything is kind of based off of. Not kinda, is. Um, and this spreadsheet has so much. But as you can see here, like all these alignments right now, like right now, it only includes from here to here. That's all what the algorithms currently have or include. As you see here, I'm slowly adding in more celestial bodies. So you're kind of seeing like an early leak of what version 4 would have. I say version 4 down here because that's what I'm going to be doing. So first, this will be added into the algorithms, all the combinations and stuff like that for money making, recognition. Eventually, you're going to see love and sex. And immediately right after, when I finished with making every single possible combination for every single personal algorithm, universal and personals, out of these 4 categories with just these 16 celestial bodies and points, I'm going to then for version 2 start adding in all these midpoints. So all these combinations you see here, from here all the way down to here, that is 113 points included. So in other words, my algorithm, when it comes to version 2, is going to have 126 celestial points calculated and taken into consideration for any and all single like celestial algorithms. But again, I should make this also very clear. It's going to be what is most relevant to their situations, what's going to be taken into consideration. So in total, 126 if we're taking all the different celestial bodies all together as one. But if we're looking at and talking about each separate algorithm separately, that's a different story. And all these numbers you see here, I extracted this, I've reverse engineered this essentially from this. And this is sort of like the like what's in the silver. So like all these alignments you see here, this is what is in silver are being labeled. Now you may notice there is duplicates here, but because this is personal transits, so like these are what's transiting. This is like the birth chart perspective. So these there's some alignments that will pop up twice, but that's because one is a transit, the other is a personal point. So you may see duplicates pop up, but they have different scorings because in personal like transits and astrology, the personal transit is very stagnant, while the active influence is the transiting planet. So what that is, so let's say Venus trines Jupiter, but let's say Venus is the natal point. Jupiter is actually very powerful, so you're going to see this drastic jump of like 75. But if you were to, let's say, look at let's say natal Jupiter and natal Venus, Venus is much more weaker, so it's going to be jumping, but it's much more like smaller in scale. So like what you see here for money making, let's say it's 75, and this is a conjunction, but it's the same score as the trine. So 75, not regardless. What you will see is, let's say instead of 75, you'll see something like 15. If it's Venus as the transiting compared to the natal, if it was Jupiter the transiting point. So like you see things like that. But that's sort of like the situation and all that. And I'm going to go back once I'm done with all the financial points and all that. Then I'm going to repeat the process, but with romance and sex. And also, I am also in the process of also making the same things, but for what's it called? For synastry. So like with compatibility, so like identifying people's soulmates and so forth, or like who they're most likely to be in good, like with money making scores, the business compatibilities, romance scores, sex scores, relationship compatibility scores, and also notes and so forth. And I'm going to be making specialized algorithms so that I can just plug in your birth data, and also by default, I will be able to successfully create, like, provide a matchmaking like service. And that's sort of like one of the many things that's on my list of what I want to do and accomplish. Well, one, matchmaking service, because that's a typical astrological service, so why not provide it? Um, Again, also helping you plan out, understand your personal cycles and so forth, so you could take advantage of like your personal timing, and also you can even take advantage of the universal timing and so forth. So you sort of get like this guaranteed of like a double whammy of like winning and having this massive success and so forth. The celestial labels you see here is sort of like general categories of what celestial bodies pop up under what category the most. So let's say, so like all the amplification points, like what points are amplifications? So like Sirius is an amplification, Isis is also another one, but you notice neutral amplifications. This is a positive one, Isis is positive, Odin is positive. So Varuna, it is a amplification point, but negative. Ixion, that's also positive. And you see what's a challenging point. So like stress and all that. So like Sappho's challenging, Lilith is challenging, Xanthus, Saturn, and Sedna. And you see many other points, but like this entire list you see here, these points is what's going to be included into the final algorithms as well. But obviously, I'm slowly in batches, small batches, going to be adding every single one of these points. So once that's done, I'm not really going to be done. Instead, what's going to be happening is I'm going to be expanding this list because astrology is a growing subject. The astro keywords, this is just like the sun, what it's associated with, and all that. Glossary, there's nothing here, but like I'm gonna create like a little glossaries for more like my personal use, so that I can essentially use this information to like understand, identify, grasp, and test these scores and all that. So like so far, like with these scores here, like you see for Isis, so the Phoenix, Odin, Midas, and so forth. All these have been tested, and they're mostly complete in terms of like what is accurate. So what you see here is mostly completed numbers, but I'm trying to like make sure that it's very fine tuned enough, accurate nonstop. Because like while I know how to read and interpret these points on a typical astrological chart, these points were not added or included into where I was able to identify the scoring system. So like I'm slowly adding these points in. So that's sort of like why I'm doing things in batches. So, well, now that's explained. So, but this is the entire month of what January looked like with those alignments. But that's sort of the all these things that's going on. Lastly, I'm also still in the process of like these three massive projects at the end of the day that they're going to take me years, but hopefully I could get a good chunk of them or at least one of them done at some point soon. Um, Essentially, one of them is I'm creating digitalized notes and so forth of what it is that so all my astrology notes, all my astronomy, astrology, statistics, psychology, and so forth. Like all these notes, I'm in the process of like digitalizing them, and they're in like random sheets of paper that are all over my room. They're in notebooks. They're even written in all these books that you see here. So like I'm also